Okay, it seems like we are live. Ooh. Okay, there we go. Okay, okay, so what we're going to be doing today is we're going to deploy, I'm sharing the wrong screen. That's not good. Okay, let me change that. Displays. Okay, let me go ahead and do that there. Okay, so already starting a little bit odd. This goes here. Let's move this. This can stay here. Let's move this over here. We can move the audio piece over here. We can move the terminal here. Okay. Alright, that works. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Okay. So, why is it still capturing this? Okay, let me... It's still capturing the top one. Whoa, this is loud. Let's lower this right here. Okay. I gotta change this to... Okay, let's go ahead and change main monitor here. And display 01, 02, 03, 02 it is. Wait, what? Isn't this 0? Okay, there we go. Done. Finally. We just needed to get it all set up, huh? Okay, let me bring that down like that. Okay, so what are we doing today? Now that we're all settled in, we are going to be deploying Jamulus. For those of you who don't know what Jamulus is, it's basically the software that, honestly, I don't know much about it, but I attended a webinar where, you know, some musicians want to jam with others, and sometimes with Zoom, the latency is just not there. Jamulus is supposed to solve all of that. Honestly, I don't know the tech that well. For me, it's just I want to deploy this so that some people can actually jam together. I'm going to be deploying this with Kubernetes because they do have a Docker image. And let's just see. I mean, we're probably going to run into a lot of issues, but let's go. Okay, for Linux users, server installation. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do before we even get into the Jamulus part is we are going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and basically set up a Kubernetes cluster. So that's the first thing that we're going to do. Okay, so actually let me bring up this. And I want to bring up here this thing and then drive. I want to search for my K8s guide that I did for obviously for Odoo and ERP purposes, but I'm going to repurpose that to use that for this here right here. So okay, unfortunately the first parts of the stream I won't be able to share because I need to I essentially need to do some AWS stuff, and for security reasons, of course, I'm not going to share the AWS aspects of that. But let me actually go 1 second. I need to get a dongle. Where's the dongle? Come on. Okay, maybe I can just use this instead. No. Where are you, Mr. Dongle? Where are you? There it is. Found the dongle. Okay. Okay, so go ahead and set this right here. Okay, so I use YubiKey as my method of security. Of course, I have, as you can see here, I use a YubiKey as my second two-factor authentication for AWS. And of course, I'm not going to be sharing that. So, all right, go to the AWS Management Console, sign into console. Let's go ahead and log in here. Okay, logged in. Okay. Oh boy, these CAPTCHAs really get me always. Okay, V3. Oh man, these CAPTCHAs. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, now I have to put in my YubiKey. Lots of security. It's like three-factor authentication almost on this guy. Okay. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy a K8s master server. Basically what that does, and sorry I'm like looking up the top because essentially like I have my monitor up here that I'm doing stuff that I shouldn't be sharing, and then here in the bottom monitor I'm going to have the stuff that I'm going to be sharing. Unfortunately, the beginning involves a lot of AWS management, which I do not want to share on stream for obvious reasons. Let's go again and launch instance here. We're going to do an 18.04 instance. And then here, let's go into, I think we can do a micro. I don't think we have to do anything special here. Configure security group, that's fine. Review launch, and here we're going to use a key. Okay, there we go. New instance, it's launching, perfect. Okay, so then what we're going to do here is go into that instance that is launching. T2 micro, I believe it's this one. K8s Jamulus. Okay, and this is the IP address. Cool. And I used GFP local 2. Okay, so IP local 2. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and specify this guy like so. And here we are. So we're inside the server. I'm going to go ahead and go back to this right here. And actually, let's go back here. Okay, cool. All right, so now we're in the server. And basically, this is the Kubernetes management server. So what we're going to do is, this is what's going to be able to manage the Kubernetes cluster. I'm going to lower this volume a little bit because it's kind of high for me. I think this is a little bit nicer. Okay. All right, so now the first thing that I want to do is reference my guide that I built not too long ago. Okay, so what we need is we created the EC2 instance. Next thing that we want to do is install the AWS CLI. So let's go ahead and do that. Permission denied. Okay, so we have the AWS CLI bundle. We're going to do unzip. We already unzipped that. I've installed unzip. Wait, it said what was a failed writing to body? Okay, let's do sudo remove-rf aws CLI bundle. Let's go ahead and sudo apt-get install unzip. It's already installed. And now what we want to do is unzip the bundle here. Okay, there we go. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and install it. We got to do a sudo in there. So root user. And then I can use this as my, I'm going to bring that over here as my guide. Hey, what's up, recorder guy? How you doing? I'm basically, I don't know if you've heard of this software. It's called Jamulus, which basically allows for musicians to jam together, you know, across you know, different locations remotely, if you will, to basically just jam. And basically it's better than Zoom because of the latency and so forth, but I'm going to deploy it with Kubernetes. Yeah, you should check it out, Jamulus. I went to a webinar not too long ago, and it's kind of cool. It's meant to have, like, the webinar I went to was, you know, because of Zazie K. There was several like choir members that Zazie K has been part of, and they were talking about how you can have different choir members all in different locations in, you know, LA, San Francisco, and so forth, and all of them sing together as a choir, which you can't do in Zoom, of course, because of the latency and so forth. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't know anything, honestly, about Jamulus. So it's going to be a challenge, of course. We have the documentation right here. You know, I'm trying. I'm doing an overkill deployment. I'm going to be using Kubernetes. Do you need Kubernetes? No, I could just use a standalone server and then deploy it there. But I'm just doing it for fun. I mean, you know, learning more about Kubernetes server deployment is not bad. Yeah, honestly I don't know much about the tech, to be quite frank. But we'll see. I guess it's a learning experience here. So let's go here. You can now run. Perfect. So now we have that installed. Now let's go ahead and install kubectl. So kubectl basically allows us to manage the cluster. And again, we're getting writing permission errors, fail to permission denied. I'm actually very curious why, because it's the home directory of Ubuntu, so it doesn't make sense. We can do that. Okay. I guess we'll just do sudo for everything. So we'll do sudo. There we go. And then let's go ahead and apply it to the user bin location, so that way we can execute it using a command. Okay. Now the next thing that I need to do is in AWS, I need to essentially create a role. Which I have done in the past because obviously I've deployed Kubernetes in the past for other clients and so forth. So we need to attach that role to the server. Unfortunately, again, I can't show that part, so I'm going to have to do it off screen. Which technically you can see kind of part of it. I should probably move this over here. And let's do Kubernetes Jamulus here. I'm going to instance state actions. I think it's in security. Change security group. And I'm going to add a role here. K8s. No. Let me go back here. Let me go back. Okay. Okay, for some reason it's not working as expected. Instance state. I should be doing it. I should be able to do it on the fly. Modify IAM role. There we go. That's what I want. Kubernetes role. Save. Okay, so Kubernetes Jamulus, good to go now. Yeah, yeah. Just change it. What's up, Chocolate? How you doing? So I don't know if you heard earlier, but I'm deploying Jamulus, um, software that allows for musicians to jam remotely. It's better than Zoom because of the latency and so forth. Talking to Recorder Guy earlier, honestly, I have no idea how they fix for the latency issue, but we're just deploying it for fun. Okay, so now let's go ahead and so we've installed kubectl. We have the role configured. Let's go ahead and do this. AWS configure now. I should probably move this up, huh? But make it a little bit easier to read. Access key ID, I don't have to put that. Default region name, this is important. Whenever you're configuring your AWS, you want to make sure that it's the same availability zone. So US West 1, like so, and then enter, like so. We don't have to set the access key and secret access key because we already did that within AWS. So by putting in the IAM role on AWS, it actually takes care of that. Okay, let's go ahead and now bring in KOPS, KOPS, and KOPS basically is kubectl, but for the Kubernetes cluster. So just to kind of recap right now, we have the AWS command line interface program that allows us to manage AWS from this instance, which I'm going to turn off this instance right after the stream because, you've seen the IP and so forth. Then you have kubectl, which allows you to manage the Kubernetes pods and containers. And then we have KOPS, which allows you to manage the Kubernetes cluster, like the Ubuntu environment and so forth. This is cool. I've never deployed AWS via command. I'm the dumb guy who logs in and does stuff via the UI. No, I actually just did some UI stuff as well. So I'm just not sharing it. I don't want to share it because I have several different instances there that I don't want people to see and the IPs. But I also do UI, by the way. So the reason why we have to use AWS CLI here, though, is because KOPS, so KOPS, needs it for managing the Kubernetes cluster in AWS. So let's go back. Okay, there we go. That's right. Okay, make it executable. Okay, and then let's go ahead and move it to the user bin so we can actually do the KOPS command. Okay, the next thing that we need to do is create a S3 bucket, and the S3 bucket basically is what retains the configuration for KOPS. So we're basically telling it which Kubernetes cluster to use. So what I'm going to do here is AWS S3, and now we can use S3 because actually I can do this, AWS S3LS, and it gives me basically all the S3 buckets that I currently have. We're already authenticated with the US1 location. And now what I can do is actually AWS S3 make bucket, and then we can actually do S3, and we can do something like gfp.jamulus, like that. And now we're going to create a bucket that will store essentially all of our KOPS configuration in there. Okay, the next thing is export. We need to do KOPS. And by the way, just as a heads up, guys, obviously, as you can see me, I'm looking back and forth. I created a Kubernetes guide for myself that I've done for other clients. So I'm referencing that. This is not coming out of my mind, so don't think I'm like memorizing everything. Export KOPS, state store, and let's go ahead and do S3 and then here we do gfp.jamulus. Okay. Basically, we created an environment variable there because now with that environment variable, when we're doing kops commands, it understands that it's using that state store for the configuration. Okay, let's go ahead and create a cluster. So several things that I want to do here. Okay, so let me, there's some stuff here that I can't copy and paste, so I'm gonna have to manually type it. So kops create cluster, and then essentially cloud, and the cloud is AWS. Zones is gonna be US West 1, US West 1, and then more specifically, we actually have to do the availability zone on this, which is US West 1A. So US West 1A. Okay, the name of the cluster is going to be equal to, let's do Jamulus, and then K8s local, like that. Master size, let's do a T2, T2 medium, I would say. Let's do T2 mediums. Let me take a look at the instances that we can use. Yeah, T2 medium is 2 virtual CPUs and 4 gigabytes RAM. That should be enough. We can always change them too if we need to. T2 medium. And then node sizes. Node size. Let's do a T2 medium as well. And let's go ahead and do node count. We might be over engineering it right now by making it too robust, but whatever. Okay, now we specify the virtual private cloud, so that way in case if we need to use EFS, we don't run into issues. And I need to copy the virtual cloud that I currently use for these guys. If I can find it. So security, where's the virtual private cloud? Oh boy. Where are you, virtual private cloud? I need to get it. Security groups. Okay. Yep, that's what we need. Okay, yep. So here we're going to do virtual private cloud, VPC, then 60 F0 F104. Okay. And then we go back here to the network CIDR. And essentially, this one's a little bit tricky, but whatever we can do. Let's go into, I don't see where the virtual private cloud ID is located. Okay, there we go. And then let's do 0.016, that will work. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the cluster. So basically, at first it previews the cluster, and if we want to go ahead and make it, we update the cluster. Must be specified. Oh yeah, I forgot SSH.keygen. Enter, yep. There we go, clear. And let's go ahead and do that. Already exists. And now what we want to do is update the cluster to actually start the progress of doing it. So kops update cluster, and then here we're going to do Jamulus. What did I call it? Jamulus.K8s local. So we have that. Yeah, that looks good. And then dash dash yes. Public key must be specified when running AWS create cops to create secret name. Okay. I thought I should have done the key gen at the beginning, but it is what it is. We'll just go ahead and do that. All right, and there we go. It's running. So right now it's going to be creating the cluster. And what we mean by the cluster is right now we have a management K8s management server. So that's the Kubernetes management server, the one that we're logged into right now. And essentially what this is doing is it's creating a master node for to actually run the pods and the containers, and then two child nodes, which the three of them all together will essentially run the application. So, all right, let's go ahead and do that. Now it's going to take like a few minutes to validate the cluster. So notice how it's saying validating cluster, validation unexpected error during validation error, no such host. So it should be ready in a few minutes. It's just weird that it's actually not running currently. Validating cluster. Validation failed, unexpected error during validation, error listing nodes. Dial TCP lookup API. No such host. APA Jamulus. Validate cluster Jamulus dot K8s local. That's actually very weird. Hops. Get cluster. Yeah, so it's over there. That's actually very interesting that it's doing that. Let me do again the export cop state store. Let me go ahead and do this. And then Jamulus dots. What was the bucket I created for this? gfp.jamulus. Jamulus. And okay, that's weird that I had to actually input the state store. I'm not sure why that happened. It's still having an error, has prevented request from succeeding get nodes. At least it's trying to validate. So let's give it a few minutes, and then we'll see if it did successfully or not do it. So let me take a look. The next step that we want to do is now start creating our kube control commands to actually create the containers and deploy them. So that is going to be our next step. So let's go back here. Okay, so essentially, while we wait for the cluster to create, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and create a new one here and move that over here. And I should have, of course, prepared more of my materials earlier, but why not? Okay, so let's take a look here. CD to production, then, okay. And then vim next gen. Okay, so essentially what we need to do is start creating the services for our kube control to run, so that way it can create all of these different services and so forth. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is go ahead and open VS Code now, create a new one. So actually, let's close this, file, new file, and let's go ahead and save this into desktop, save as, and we're going to do a YAML file, new file, and then file, save as, and we're going to do this in the desktop, and let's call this Jamulus.yaml. Okay, so in this YAML file, what we're going to do is the first thing is we're going to create a namespace. So this namespace, let's call it Jamulus. So kind, let's do Jamulus. Okay, API version is going to be v1. Metadata is going to be name Jamulus. Labels, and it's going to be name Jamulus. Okay. Next thing, what we want to do is, I'm not going to do any authorizations yet. I'm going to do kind of like or cluster roles yet. Let's see here. I'm probably going to have to create a let's encrypt. Yeah, we should probably do a let's encrypt. So let me go ahead and do that. Oh, darn, which means I will have to do secrets. Darn. Okay. So what I'm going to do is copy these guys over here. So I'm basically referencing right now another deployment that I've done in the past, just if you're tuning in here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's basically creating a cluster role that I'm going to be using later. And basically here we're going to be using another. Okay, basically adding the cluster role. I hate it when it does this whole. Okay, let's go ahead and. Okay, and let's go ahead and add a let's encrypt and an nginx as well. We'll go ahead and add that stuff. That's not good. I'm trying to see. Oh, I need to add a let's encrypt secret, which did we already do that? No, we haven't. Okay, let's go ahead and add that. Okay. All right, let's check in on our validate cluster yet. Sudo cops validate cluster. Oh, it's because we need to sudo export this. The environment variable right now is not in the sudo export command, not found. Let's do sudo su. Okay, and then let's go ahead and cops validate cluster. Okay, name is equal to Jamulus.K8s.local. Oh darn, we didn't do we deployed it on the other one. Darn, we didn't deploy it as root, which is kind of like a problem. We're gonna have to delete it and recreate it. Darn, what a mess. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and delete the cluster. I know I'm kind of jumping all over the place. Keep control, delete. Where is... How do I delete an entire cluster? I forgot. Okay, let's actually take a look. Cops, delete. Yeah, so it's basically... pretty simple. Cops, delete, -F. And then this is going to be cops get cluster, cops state store is equal to Jamulus.gfp, I think. gfp.jamulus, was it? Yeah. It's kind of funny because, you know, people who haven't, you know, people who think of software dev that don't do software dev, they usually think that we know everything ahead of the time and that everything is like so easy for us. But in reality, software development is just troubleshooting nonstop. So the most in my opinion, right, the most persistent developers are usually the best ones, like the ones that continue and don't give up. But that's just my personal opinion. There are some people that are obviously very smart, and yeah, but so I forgot what the I forgot what the state store was. gfp.jamulus. There we go. No, sorry, export. Cops state store is equal to that. Okay, let's try to see if the cluster, if we still get on. Yeah, we're still getting unauthorized, which I should have deployed it as root. I kind of forgot about that. So let's go ahead and do cops delete -F, and then we're going to do delete. Cops get cluster, cops delete -F Jamulus.K8s.local. That's actually very weird. Now, by this doesn't mean the gfp.jamulus. Actually, now I'm confused. Why is it? Why is it not finding it? Delete instance. Oh. There we go. Delete cluster. State store. There we go. So cops delete cluster, and then name is equal to Jamulus.K8s.local, and then state is equal to the S3 bucket that we have. And then this is going to be, what is the bucket again? gfp.jamulus. Oh, that's right. K8s local. Okay. Okay. --yes. Let's go ahead and delete it. And then we should run all of this in sudo. I kind of forgot I should have done that. But, I mean, potato, potato. I mean, you learn. So it's now deleting all the hard work that the K8s or cops was doing. So let's go do that. We're basically going to have to just deploy the last part in sudo, in root. Okay, going back here to Okay, so we have read secrets. For that, we have the Let's Encrypt certification. We're going to do some Nginx, some web proxy stuff here. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and do some Let's Encrypt job, which is going to run. So basically, Let's Encrypt will allow us to access it via SSL. I'm going to do all the formatting later. And then we're going to go ahead and run an Odoo service. Let's go ahead and use this guy as a template for Jamulus. Okay, so now let's go ahead and format some stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. So right now I'm just trying to create like the boilerplate, if you will, of what we're going to be doing. Not a persistent volume claim. We're going to do a deployment. Yeah, we're going to do that. Recorder guy, have you done any Kubernetes in the past? Let me go ahead and move down. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so, and then the environment, we're not going to add, just going to add this like real quick as an example of what we need there. Okay, so this is going to go in here. So name and value as part of the environment variable. No, I have not. I'm not even very clear on the concept. I think the closest thing I've experienced to is Docker, and even that I haven't used for any real projects. Got it. So yeah, it's Kubernetes is very new. Actually, it's been out for a while, but recently it got the first time it got out of beta. So now it's actually legitimate. A lot of companies are running towards Kubernetes for deployment. The beauty of it is the fact that you have multiple servers, so like this whole concept of microservices, multiple servers running the same application. And if a server fails, you still have other servers running the same application. Another server fails, the other ones are still, and then the new one is being recreated automatically. So it's a way to have a deployment always persist, in the cloud, and even if there's server issues, it just goes ahead and recreates a new one. It's kind of cool, and also it's very simple and easy to add new servers, so that way you can horizontally scale, and not have to buy a machine that's extremely powerful. Yeah, it's really cool. It's a real cool concept. I still have a lot to learn in regards to Kubernetes. By no means am I an expert. Nowhere even close. Yeah, it's really cool. We want to move that here, move that there, and then the ports. We do want to move that there. Container ports. So again, I'm using my volume mounts ports. The name. Okay, I'm gonna have to talk about that, and then the volumes that are claimed, which most likely I'm not gonna have to do this, but I'm just adding it here for reference, like that. Okay, it'll work. Okay. Okay, the next thing that we can do is add a configuration map for Nginx. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this one. So I'm gonna go ahead and move this over here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this guy. The configuration map. So Nginx is the web proxy. There we go. Okay. And okay, so while that's running, we deleted the cluster there. Sudo su. Let's go ahead and export the cop stay sort here. And S3. I'm so used to after an equals adding the quotes because I do it all the time for Python development. So okay, so here what we're going to do is we're going to add the bucket. If memory serves me right, it was gfp.jamulus. Jamulus. There we go. Okay, and then essentially here we're going to go ahead and create the cluster. And going to use the same command so we don't have to retype it over here. But before that, what I'm going to do is SSH keygen. Okay, clear. And then essentially what we're going to do is just make sure that we have AWS configure, US West 1. Okay, just making sure that that's the thing. And let's go ahead and now do this. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, and now what we can do is cops update cluster, and there it goes. It's going to go ahead and do its thing. Do, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. All right, and then now we can do cops validate cluster. Hopefully we don't get an okay, and that's just might be that's just maybe it's starting up still, so we shouldn't worry about that yet. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code and continue creating our YAML file that we're going to be creating. Okay, so and then go here. Okay, the next thing is creating the deployment for Nginx or Nginx or whatever, however you would like to pronounce it. We can go here and let's go ahead and format it there nicely. There we go. And then the container ingress portion of this. And actually, I'm going to have to add this first and then spec it out later. Okay, so move this over here. Okay, so there we go. Nginx container ingress namespace is going to be, we're going to change all of that here in a second. And then here for the spec, we're going to do TLS hosts. For some reason, hosts. And here, what we're going to do is something probably ERP dot. Oh, sorry. So used to deploying ERPs. We're not going to do ERP. We're going to do GFP Jamulus or something like that. Let's do that. Let's see what domains are available. Okay, let me move that over here. And let me log in. We're going to get like GFP Jamulus or something. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's search for a domain. Jamulus. Dun, 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 dun. Jamulus.io is available. Wow. Wait, hold on. How is Jamulus.io available? Jamulus.io. How's that available? Let's not take Jamulus. That would be kind of annoying. GFP Jam. What about GFP Jam? Yeah, GFP Jam is available. $1 a month. GFP Jam. Or GFP.live. How about GFP.live? That'd be cool. I think GFP Live. Okay, GFPlive.com. Let's do that. Okay, continue to cart. Check out. Yep. Save and continue. Complete purchase. Okay, now we have to add the domain over here. Go back to home, domains, and basically gfplive.com. I'm going to have to add the namespaces, so I'm going to go to Cloudflare. I apologize, I can't share this stuff, unfortunately. I wish I could, but I can't. Yeah, yeah, Recorder Guy. It's annoying how some of the good names are taken. That's a problem with like sharing what I do sometimes is, you know, I can't really show this stuff, what I'm doing right now in the top one. And where's my phone? I need it for the authenticator. Two-factor. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Authenticator. Okay. Okay. All right. So add a site. Enter your site, gfplive.com. Okay, and then we're going to do free. Continue. Manage DNS and GFP Live. Name servers. We're going to change the name servers. Enter my own name servers. Let's go back here. Review your DNS records. Verify that the DNS below are configured. These records take into effect. Yeah, continue. Okay, and then we're going to copy and paste the name servers from Cloudflare into, like so, save. Yes. I love how they say, like, changing name servers is a big deal. Features may be unavailable. There we go. It's actually interesting that done check name servers. Okay. Let's not do that for now. Save. 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 Speed up page load times per your visitors. Let's not do broadly compression yet. And finish. Check name servers. Okay, so we have that. It's going to be called gfplive.com. So host here. Let's go back to our thing here. Okay, so it's going to be hosts, TLS, hosts, and it's going to be gfplive.com. And then here, for example, secret name. Name is going to be let's encrypt, and then certs. So essentially the secret that's going to live in let's encrypt certs. Let's go back to spec or TLS. So this should have been TLS. Host, and then this guy, and then this guy goes in. And then let's go ahead and do hosts and secret name. I'm getting a little bit confused with kind of the spacing of everything. So hosts, and then essentially we have like that, secret name on top of that, and then we have rules at the same level of hosts. And then here we can add the we're gonna go ahead and add this. I'm gonna go ahead and just go ahead and remove this for now. Okay, so rules. Actually, let's do that. And here we're gonna have a gfplive.com. Paths, engines, okay, something like that. Okay, so host, HTTP, paths, and then we have the path, backend, service name, done deal. Okay, so there we go. All right, let's take a look and validate our cluster. Boom. Okay, so notice how our cluster is validated. Now we have essentially the master node and then 2 child nodes. And notice how it's telling us all of the different servers currently that are part of this cluster. So now if we do kube control get pod, now it's basically looking for pods and containers within the Kubernetes cluster. So that's done. And we can actually continue forward. But before we continue forward, we want to kind of finalize our YAML file. So here, going to the top, Jamulus, cluster role. This basically is creating the cluster role. The authorization, so that it gets named. So basically, it's a secret namespace here, Jamulus. Opaque. Let's go ahead and do service nginx Jamulus. Nginx node port TCP. We're going to have to change this node port most likely to whenever we deploy that ingress. We're going to have to change that node port. API version v1 service, Jamulus, like so. Okay, let's encrypt jobs, v1. Let's call this the Jamulus service. This is going to be the Jamulus namespace. Jamulus service again, spec 8069. So I'm not really sure what port it defaults run. We haven't even read the Jamulus documentation. But for now, I'm just going to put it in port 8069 and see what happens. Jamulus service, front end. Let's go ahead and do that again. Do that. And let's go there. Jamulus. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and go down a little bit. Jamulus here, like so. Let's go ahead and put a period there. All right. Okay, so Docker image. Let's go to the documentation now. And here they have a Docker image for Jamulus. So this is going to be Grundig Jamulus. Enables musicians to perform real-time jam sessions over the internet. This is one server running the Jamulus server software, which collects the audio data from each Jamulus client, mixes the audio data, and sends the mix back to their client. Cool. Okay, so notice how the port is 22124. Welcome to Docker Jamulus software. Grundig. Restart always. Server name. Okay. Let's go ahead and add that guy over here. So let's go back up. So port 80, basically traffic is going to travel from port 80, and then we're going to reroute it to Jamulus servers. Actually, that's so weird that it uses UDP. So recorder guy, actually, it's using UDP. So the latency, technically speaking, is fixed because TCP uses handshake, where basically when you send something, you are expecting a handshake, basically like a phone line when you communicate over a phone. UDP basically does not use a handshake. Literally, data goes in and there's no response. So maybe that's why. Whereas probably in Zoom, you know, you're connecting through TCP. So that's maybe why, actually. Let's do. Shoot. So actually, oh man, this makes the deployment a little bit harder because we might have to change everything from TCP to UDP. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Hopefully we're still good. Okay, so Jamulus server service, and then this is going to be Grundig Jamulus. Da, da, da. And then this is going to be Jamulus service. Jamulus service, go to database service port. It's funny because we don't need that. For now, I'm going to say some random variable, just to say that there. So your context privilege is true, container port. That's going to be this guy. Oh, what was it again? 22.124. 22.124. Jamulus, and then NFS data. We're not going to be doing volume mounts, so let's go ahead and remove that. I'm going to regret this probably, am I not? Anyways, let's see if we need, okay. So configuration map, we have nginx, config, namespace, odoo, Jamulus, okay. So yeah, I think they can probably get pretty decent latency. Yeah, you're right. That's actually one of the downsides that Zossie K was running into, because she wants to jam with a harpist in LA, and we're thinking, I mean, if she's in LA, servers in San Francisco, we'll see, you know. So we don't need. So it's going to be 22124. Let's go ahead and remove that. So let's encrypt. Upstream latency of let's encrypt job. There we go. Upstream. We could add Grafana later, but it's not necessary. Server name, let's do gfp live.com 80. Yeah, true. It's still, we're hoping. That's, I mean, after deploying this, hopefully Hopefully it still works. Let's encrypt. Job. Odoo chat. We don't need Odoo chat. Odoo service. And Odoo service is actually not Odoo service. We're going to call it Jamulus service. Okay, let's do control up here. And then here. Jamulus. And then change that. Okay, let's go down here. And that looks good, okay. Jamulus. Let's go next. Change that there. Change that there. Next. Change that there. Next. Change that there. Next. Okay, that seems pretty good. Okay, and then we have this Nginx replicas too. Honestly, we don't need 2 replicas running the Nginx service, to be honest, but let's keep it for now. Then the ingress, like so. All right, so that's our YAML file. Actually, what I'm going to do is, where's my, okay, and then here, let's go to desktop. And let's go ahead and make a directory here called Jamulus. And then let's move jamulus.yaml to Jamulus in there. And then, oh, there, cd to Jamulus. Okay, here we go. And then essentially here, we can go ahead and this is deleted, so I hope I did save. File, open, and we're going to go ahead and desktop, Jamulus, open, and then basically this is going to be my my area here. Let's go ahead and open up the terminal here, init, like that, and then basically here what I'm going to go ahead is git add a git commit -m, and I'm going to call this init, initializing it, git push. Actually, now what I want to do is create a repository. So let's do gfp. Let's put this in my personal thing. So I'm going to create a new repository. I'm going to make it public too. Public. This is going to be Jamulus. Okay, and then basically I'm going to change the branch to main branch. Going to push it to the remote. There we go, and then push it here, like so. Okay, and there we go. Okay, sounds good. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, sounds good. So we have that. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to take a look for the other things that I have to apply. Okay. So we have one thing that may help is an audio setup with really low mic latency. Yes, yes, absolutely agree. We do have an ASIO audio interface. Yep. So that's definitely key, I believe. Let me see. So we have Grafana values. We have that. Then YAML. Let's see. Let's encrypt. I'm gonna add another file here. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a let's encrypt. Let's encrypt.yaml. And let me go ahead and move this up here for a second. And then I'm going to share my screen again. I just want to make sure that, there we go. Let me remove, where is it? The domain value to gfplive.com. Email infrastructure, let's encrypt. There we go. Let's encrypt. Okay, let's move it back down. And then here, change that to Jamulus. Okay, so that's a let's encrypt YAML file here. K8s. Okay, GP Live. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, the next thing that I need to do, let's take a look at our, let's go back to edit cluster, updates, rolling. Okay, now let's go ahead and keep control. My notes are so messy right now. I have no idea what to do. Wow, my notes are super messy. They're extremely messy. Oh no, I should probably clean this up. Oh no. Wow. I completely did not know uh, after the fact um, deploying the YAML files. Holy. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go back. We have that. If we go into production, ls, how did I ingress? How did I bring in the ingress? Yeah, so we Q control apply. Let me see, ingress. Okay, there we go. Apply dash F. Okay. So here, we go here. Q control, get pod, all. Oh, of course, I'm not in the management server. Cube control get pod dash dash all, or maybe just single dash all. Get all. Okay. Service Kubernetes. Okay. So essentially now what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the ingress. There we go. And now we do keep control get all. Keep control get pod. Actually, let's get pod namespace. Let's do Jinx ingress, or maybe it's ingress and Jinx. There we go. How do I get all? Let's take a look. Get pods of all namespaces. Keep control. Cheat sheet. Nice. Get all. But I want to get all of them though. Get all. Oh, I think I just saw it. All namespace. There we go. Keep control. Get pod. All namespaces. There we go. So there, we have 3 pods doing ingress, and then the other ones with cube system and so forth. Okay. Okay. So the next thing, so we have an ingress. We can bring about the our Jamulus now. So basically the Jamulus package here. Let's go ahead and add the let's encrypt. Let's encrypt. And let's go ahead and push this, and let's go back here. And here get clone https github.com/gfsolutions/ actually not GFP Solutions, that, and then Jamulus ls cd2 Jamulus. Okay, here, so we can do keep control apply -f Jamulus.yaml. Unable to recognize no matches for kind Jamulus in version v1. Did not expect key. Wait, hold on. Oh no, I added that. Okay, that's pretty bad. Then namespace. What am I thinking of? On the kind. Namespace. Okay, there we go. Fix typo on namespace kind. Let's go ahead and push that. Pull origin master. Oh, that's right. It's called name now. Okay. Converting, do not expect key. Line 6. Name labels. So let's see here, for example, converting YAML to JSON, YAML line 6. I did not expect expected key. Label. Oh no, we're going to be running into a lot of formatting issues. That is not fun. Okay, version 1, metadata name, Jamulus. Oh no. Yeah, I think. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be annoying if that's the case. Like for example, if it's complaining about this, we're gonna be running into a lot of issues. It's actually saying line 6, but that's line 6. It is also saying the fact that unchanged, so namespace is fine. Is it referring to this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. API groups and secret reader. Name secret reader. Rules. API group resources done. Oh no, we're gonna. Oh man, we're gonna be running into a lot of formatting issues. Darn. That's what I hate about this. Okay, so we needed that metadata name like this. We're using 4 spaces instead of 2, which is annoying. Of course, because we're using the linting of Python, which is so annoying. Spec selector. Okay. And then ports, I think. App type. Type ports protocol. Supports is, yep. There we go. Okay, and then essentially, hey, what's up, fantastic and random team? How you doing? Yeah, YAML indentation. It's such a pain, especially because I was like copying and pasting. That's probably the most annoying part of it. You know. Okay, so metadata. That's definitely 2 spaces, right? Yup. And then the app also. I think that should do it. Spec ports. I'm good, fantastic random team. Just deploying some Jamulus using Kubernetes and Docker. You know, just the same old, same old. Ports, and then protocol should be there. Ports protocol. Protocol node ports selector should be here. An app. I'm a little bit lost now. So we're in the Let's Encrypt job. Labels app, Let's Encrypt. Okay. Okay, and then we have labels app. And we have spec. Then ports. And then the port has 2 spaces. Oh man. Protocol is next to port. Selector is in line, and then app with port. Wow. Yeah, right. Yeah, definitely, right? Fantastic random. Nowhere as fun as Zelda. I was playing Zelda last night. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. But Recorder Guy can't make it to the Zelda streams because he doesn't want to be. Oh yeah. This guy. Recorder Guy doesn't want to see Zelda stream because he doesn't want to ruin it. He wants to play it. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty comical, and it makes noise. Here, let's see. it's, so, it's so bad. Yeah. Oh man, I'm like regretting not doing it correctly. This part. Labels and an app is to spec is aligned with metadata, right? Yeah. Yup. I'm thinking of doing some Zelda later, for sure. Um, but for now, I want to deploy Jamulus ports and then target ports. Yeah. The good news is I have a linter for Python, and that one, I save the file. It does all the linting for me. But in this case, I'm kind of manually doing it, which kind of it's annoying. Maybe I should have taken the time to take a look for one. Okay, so Jamulus service, namespace Odoo, labels, Jamulus spec, ports, the port, the target port. I'm getting lost here. Target port is in line with the P. Then we have selector, and then we have app and tier. API version v1, deployment. Okay. Yeah, these indents are a little bit nuts, huh? Okay, so the first one, metadata. We're gonna have 2 spaces, and then app with this one with the labels. 2 spaces. We have spec, and with spec we have 2 as well. Replicas 10. No. Let's do 3. Strategy. Then type is 2. And then we have selector probably. And match labels. That is part of that one. App. App. So match label. I'm like hating myself right now for not, doing the correct indentation the first go through. It's kind of annoying. But I bet this is painful to watch. Template, metadata. Template is aligned with match labels? No. Template, metadata, labels. Template, metadata, labels, and then app tier. Spec is mapped or matched with metadata. Yep. And then we have containers. Watching this makes me think I should go work on. Well, yeah, it's kind of not exciting right now. Spec. We have spec containers. Then we have image. Then we have name, environment. Let's see here. And then we have name, and then value. Security context maps with this. Okay, and then probably privileged equals true. We need that by the 2 space mark. Okay, and then ports. Security context. It's funny because I feel like a newbie right now doing this because I'm so fast with Python, and then I'm doing Kubernetes YAML files here, and I feel so out of loop here. Okay. Okay, I think we might be close, which is good. Um, oh, nice. Nice, nice. As opposed to excitement. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Are you focusing in the CS degree? Are you focusing more on software, system, sysadmin? What specifically are you focused on? Fantastic random team. Okay, API version 1 for the config map, kind metadata, two spaces. Data. Okay, data's in the far. The ciphers. All of that stuff should be two spaces only. I don't think the spacing on the actual configuration is necessary, so we can actually leave it like so, I think. Now we go to the deployment. Hi, Zazie. How are you? Okay. Oh, Java, nice, nice, nice. Um, Java is also getting a great foundation in Java is great for stuff like Scala and stuff like that. So Java is always a good thing to learn. Let's see here. Ingress. All right, so same story. I think we're gonna have to do two spaces for both of these. Annotations will leave where they are. Labels, two spaces, and last updated. Here's spec TLS. Two spaces for TLS most likely. Two spaces for host. Two spaces for GFP live. Um, hosts, GFP live, secret name. That should be matching with this. Rules. There we go. HTTP. I should have not been lazy and just gone straight to finding a lintner for YAML. Honestly, that would have saved me so much time. Oh, Zasi K guest appearance. Paths, backend. So paths are mapped, backend next to path. And then we can do two spaces for these guys. Yeah, that's true. It's actually funny because once I was out of school and the whole 9 yards and whatever, then I appreciated learning and I loved taking like those free courses, uh, or just like diving in into learning all this different stuff. It's funny how when you're not pressured to learn, then it becomes fun. Okay, so let's do the deployment piece. So two spaces, labels, app can stay where it wants, name. Where's the APv1 Nginx deployment? So API metadata labels, yep. App Nginx, and the name is matched with labels, and the namespace should be matched with these guys. Then we have spec. We have replicas for two. Selector match labels is there, and then here we have two spaces for match labels, right? Selector match labels, yep, app. Template will come into selector, metadata, template, two spaces, labels within metadata, app within labels, spec, two spaces, two containers, and then name Nginx image ports, and then container port 80, volume mounts, Nginx config, mount path, that should be there, volumes, Nginx configs, config map, and name. There we go. So true, really loves learning. It's amazing to see. Yeah, I do. I love to just dive in, learn new things, self-teach myself a bunch of stuff. Ice fishing shelters? What? As offices? That's cool. Okay, so seems like we have everything here. Hopefully, this fixes. Fix. Actually, let's call this a fix. Fix spacing on Jamulus. YAML. Push. Let's go back to the server. Get origin. Oh, that's right. Git reset hard head, and then git pull origin main. I was already about to do the sudo service restart. Okay, apply. Okay, so let's encrypt created. Did not find expected on after let's encrypt job. Okay, so let's encrypt job. Okay, created service and Jamulus service. So my first attempt at making an office in the garage was sheets and walls that wouldn't keep heat in and kind of looked like a Dexter kill room. I did see that show. So it was like all saran wrap. Oh no. That's hilarious. Okay, so apparently the spacing here is off. So let's take a look at what it means by the Jamulus service is off. Okay, so we have API version kind and metadata should be in the same level. And you have namespace and labels. Namespace and labels in the same. You have apps here. You have spec with the ports, and then the ports have to be level with that. Go to service ports, and then target port should be level with that. Selector should be level with ports. That's what's going on. And then these have to be like this, app and tier. Okay, done. That's interesting enough. Fix spacing. All right. Okay. Now we are after Nginx config. So, okay, so it seems like after this one, so line 19. Okay, so we did something wrong with the deployment here. So let's see here. Wow, I've never seen that show, but how exactly does a friend jokingly suggested the double domed ice fishing shelter, and it's great. Keeps heat in, have a small AC to put in for the summer to keep it cool. Oh, nice. That's cool. That's so smart. That good insulated area. Have you ever ice fished? Yeah, it sounds like fantastic random team. I mean, you don't have to say if you don't want to, but it sounds like you're based out of Canada, perhaps, or the north side of the United States. Okay, let's see here. Deployments. Okay, so Here we have kind metadata again. Labels should be 2 spaces app, 2 spaces of labels. Name and namespace, no problem. Spec, replica selector, yep. Match labels should be, yeah, app 2. And then template should be mapped to selector. Yeah, metadata labels and app. Metadata labels and app, yeah. Spec should be mapped to that. Containers, this should be mapped to, or not mapped. I'm saying mapped, but I mean aligned. Image should be matched like that. Ports to image, container ports, volume mounts, name, nginx mount, path to name, volumes, then space, space. So volumes, actually volume should be mapped to this guy. Yeah, and then this like that. Volumes, name, config 2, and then name for 2, and config map. Okay. Oh, Seattle, Washington. Nice. That's a really cool area. Seattle. Zossi and I really like the concept of Seattle or Vancouver, you know? I think it would be cool to live in that area of the world. We kind of like that. We both like that area. Okay. Um, oh man, my commits are going to look so shoddy. Spacing, spacing, fixing spacing, fixing spacing. It's so shoddy. Okay, pull origin, apply. So unknown field rules. Huh. So now we're in the ingress controller probably. Yeah, engines can create it. Perfect. So we're in the ingress. Spacing the final frontier. I bet, oh man, I'm so like embarrassed right now. I bet Chocolate and Recorder Guy, you guys think I'm such a scrub right now. It's just like, I should have done like a Python stream so, you know, my ego doesn't go low. um, okay, so here it was saying, what was it saying? Rules. Rules is off on the nginx ingress. Rules should be aligned with hosts, actually. So hosts, then you have 2 spacings for secret name, then rules, the 2 spacings for, yep, so that's wrong. So rules, host, and then HTTP should be aligned with host. Paths, 2 spaces for paths, and then path. And then backend aligned with the P of path, and then service name, and okay, there we go. There we go. All right. I can't even begin to judge your work. You know so much more than this stuff than me. well, well, don't learn much more, Recorder Guy, because then he'll be like, "Oh, what was this guy doing?" Oh no. Fantastic random. I have much cheaper one. Eskimo Fatfish Series pop-up portable ice fishing shelter. It looks similar. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Okay. Okay. Another commit. Fix spacing. Oh, that's so bad. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and pull it. Let's go ahead and push it. Warning. Ingress is deprecated in version 1.4, unavailable in 1.2. Use networking ingress container. Oh no, I'm going to have to change it there. Oh, we have a special guest here. Woo! Thank you, thank you. Thanks. I got a special delivery, guys. Look at this. Oh, you can't see it. Okay, I'm not going to spill it. But it's the way, Chocolate, it's the non-savage way to drink tea. A nice little bit of milk, A nice little Earl Grey. No biscuits and crumpets though. So none of that right now. I know, right? No crumpets. Yeah. Okay. We do need to make some. Actually, a cool story. Zossi, what was it, like about a month ago, did English muffins with sourdough starter because we do our own bread, and they ended up pretty nicely. Ended up pretty nice. Okay. So we have this now. If we do cube control get pod dash namespace Jamulus, now notice how we have these guys. It seems like we're getting crash loop back off here. And the reason, let's take a look at logs and see why that is. Let me see if I can get the log command that I have. So let's do cube control log, and let's go ahead and pull up this crash loop. So the Jamulus service is actually running right now, which is kind of cool. Let's see why it's crashing. Not found. Cube control logs follow. Pods. I honestly think cube control get pod and Jamulus. So now it's this one. Hopefully it doesn't remove it now. It's already gone. I wonder, cube control get status. How do we get status? Crash loop back off logs K8s. Let's do here. Always. How can I see if there are? Describe pod will give us more information on that pod. So the only problem is it continues trying. So it's gonna cube control describe pod. It keeps on saying, oh, of course, namespace Odoo or Jamulus. My bad. There we go. So why is this not working? Pulling image engine. Successfully pulled image. Assigning Jamulus engines. Huh. Restarting failed container. That's actually very interesting why it's giving us that issue. Let's do logs again. And then namespace Jamulus. Hostname not found in upstream, so it's Grafana. We should remove that. I really hope I can catch one of your. Oh, let's catch up on chat. Sorry. We need to make some. Yep. Do you know how to make crumpets? I would even know where to begin. Nope, I have no idea on the crumpets. Wow, cool, I can cook, but I delve into baking. Sounds like a really fun project. Yeah, I definitely don't know much. Man, maybe we can stream bread making. Yeah, I think, Zossi, I think that would be cool. Actually, making our bread. It's like a whole process. The only problem is that it is a very extended, long process. So you would have to put stuff in between. I really hope I can catch one of your cooking streams, special occasions, but I'll be doing one soon. I saw one, the Eggs Benediction, the stupid benediction. Fantastic Reddit team. The benediction of eggs. Nice. Yeah. Okay, so what this basically means is it's looking for an upstream process here for this guy, and we should not have that like that. And let's go ahead and remove that. Actually, let's go ahead and push it. Fix, remove the graphene monitoring route. Okay, let's go ahead and push that. Okay, and now let's go ahead and apply Jamulus. Okay, cube control get pod slash namespace Jamulus. Oh no, it's all, oh, it's doing that again. Let's take a look at what's going on. Logs. Oh, but that's the same one. Actually, I have to cube control get deployment and then namespace Jamulus. And then essentially Nginx, we have to cube control delete deployment Jamulus in the namespace. Actually, not deployment Jamulus. Nginx in the namespace Jamulus. Like so. All right, and then we have to apply now. And now let's go ahead and see get pods. Still getting a crash loop back off. We'll see. Let's catch up on chat. I have a way of making hollandaise in a couple of minutes. No double boiler and works every time. Need a stick blender. Stick blender though. Nice. Yeah, hollandaise sauce. So good. It's so fatty, but it's so darn frickin' good. The hollandaise. Have no fear, the Catman is here. What's up, legendary Catman? How you doing? Long time no see. Hello, legendary Catman. Welcome. What are you like? Me and 20 tabs open. What are you like? Me and have 20 tabs open? Yep, all the time. Guilty. Making my rounds before a stream tonight. Doing good. Nice, Catman. What are you streaming tonight? I actually haven't caught one of your streams yet. I should probably let me go ahead and follow you.
Hey guys, welcome to the.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, a gang is here. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Okay, so let's take a look and describe. Actually, let's take a look at the logs for this one. Why it's still failing. I should probably do that guy. Okay. So host not found in Grafana. It's still looking for Grafana, huh? I removed the route in the top, but I left it. Darn. We should do that. There we go. Let's encrypt. Okay, there we go. That will work. Okay. Now let's go ahead and do this. Fix more Grafana route removal. Okay, let's go ahead and push. Okay, let's go here to main again. Get pull origin main, remove that. Let's go ahead and delete deployment. Let's go ahead and apply. And let's go ahead and get pod. Boom! We have Nginx, the web proxy, running now. You're streaming coding, Catman? Just here for the action-packed action that's happening with space. Fantastic random team. The spacing is nuts, guys. The spacing, oh my god, it's nuts. Did you have that drink last night? Yeah, Chocolate. We had several. Zossi K and I had several Blue Label drinks. Several. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, we had some fun together. Hey, so it seems like we're running. This is great. Now, the only thing I don't remember how to do, and of course I didn't write it in my notes, is how to link the actually no, never mind. I know exactly how to do it. Now I have to double check my name servers and see if they're now available. So let's go ahead and try this again. Nice. Okay, it finished. Now we have name servers. So now gfplive.com should be going to my, let me move this over here. It should be moving to the new ingress. Let's go in here. Now, I don't remember how to do the ingress though. Let me go ahead and move this up here. K8s Jamulus. Where is the ingress? I'm going to move chat over here. Gonna move you guys here for a sec. Mutants says I'm gotta run. Have a lovely day. See you, fantastic random team. See you guys. See you later. Especially after some drinks. Yeah, we did Among Us. That was a lot of fun. Some Among Us. Sounds good, fantastic random team. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I really appreciate it. Hope you liked seeing some spacing action. I mean, some good stuff here. So load balancers, that's what I'm looking for. API Jamulus here. And basically, this is the DNS name, a record. So basically, now I'm pushing this, and I'm basically saying go over here to the load balancer. Save. Oh, I think it has to be a CNAME record actually. So I need to edit this, delete this, add record, a CNAME record for gfplive.com, gfplive at gfplive, and then put that like so. And we don't want to proxy this. Unfortunately, I'm not sharing what I have on screen right now because, again, just security. But let's take a look here at the chat. Red Chocolate, remember your spacing. Yeah. I'll go to my calming space and check the spacing on my project. See you later, fantastic random team. And the rubber ducky says goodbye. Hopefully that did not, that didn't sound too loud. All right. Okay, so it seems like we're good to go now. Let's take a look. live.com. Let's see. We should be live now, technically. Get on. Let's see what we got here. Log. I'm gonna do, actually I should probably do namespace Jamulus first, just for ease of use. So namespace Jamulus. And then let's just go all the way back here. Yeah, right? It's the size of my head almost. It isn't, but I mean, when I put it close by, it's kind of cool. The rubber ducky's being creepy right now. Just checking chat out, seeing what what you guys are up to. Okay, so namespace Jamulus, and let's do that. Released under Jamulus Internet Jam Session software. Running in headless mode. So it looks like it's running. Just not really sure how it should work, to be honest. Oh, you know what's happening? Right now, we used the port. Cube control get engine get ingress all namespace. namespaces. So there we go. We have this port. Okay, so that's the ingress. Rubber ducky, overseer ducky. Yeah. Rubber Ducky was sung by Ernie. I don't know. It's going to be stuck in my head now. Wait, how does the song go? Rubber Ducky Ernie. Let's do youtube.com. Let's do Rubber Ducky Ernie. Oh, nice. Let's play it. Let's do it. Rubber Ducky Ernie shouldn't be DMCA, is it? I mean, it probably is, isn't it? Let's go ahead and put it real quick.
That face that is
Oh,
you.
sorry. That's here we go.
Here I am in my tubby again, and my tubby's all filled with water and nice fluffy suds. And I've got my soap and washcloth to wash myself, and I've got my nifty scrub brush to help me scrub my back, and I've got a big fluffy towel to dry myself when I'm done. But there's one other thing that makes tubby time the very best time of the whole day. And do you know what that is? It's a very special friend of mine, my very favorite little pal.
Oh boy. I'm gonna.
Oh, Rubber Ducky, you're the one. You make bath time lots of fun. Rubber Ducky, I'm awfully fond of you. Bo-bo-bo-dee-o, Rubber Ducky, joy of joys. When I squeeze you, you make noise. Rubber Ducky, you're my very best friend, it's true. Oh, every day when I make my way to the tubby,
This is,
I find
guys,
a little
the
fella
highest at my
who's
musical
cute and
ability.
yellow and chubby. Rub-a-dub-dubby, Rubber Ducky, you're so fine. And I'm lucky that you're mine. Rubber Ducky, I'm awfully fond of you. Hey, Rubber Ducky, would you like me to scrub your back with my nifty little scrub brush? You would? Okay, how's this? Hey, you want me to scrub behind your ears? Oh, I see. You don't have any ears, do you?
Yeah, recorder guy.
Well, how about your tummy?
Definitely.
Scrub his little ducky tummy. Ooh, he's ticklish. Oh, every day when I make my way to the tubby, I find a little fella who's cute and yellow and chubby.
I'm gonna use this as a chance for bathroom break.
Rubber Ducky, you're so fine. And I'm lucky that you're mine. Rubber Ducky, I'd like a whole pond of. Rubber Ducky, I'm awfully fond of you.
Whether you're sharpening your skills or letting your creativity loose, you're making for you. Start your next project with 40% off all spring decor collections and greenery. Michaels, made by you.
Everybody, Snuffy, Big Bird, come see what Elmo did.
Oh, what have you done, Elmo?
Well, Elmo wrote his own song.
Really?
Oh,
What's
no,
it called?
but
Elmo's
oh,
song.
my bad on the sponsorship. Hashtag ads. Recorder guy chocolate cover. I can believe this is happening right now. Ernie cosplay. Yes. GFP official ending song. Nice. Not sponsored. Sorry, guys. Hashtag ads, you know? Okay, so how do we do? Okay, so how? Kind of forgot how. Let's put back some music, some tunes. There we go. I kind of forgot how to retrieve the port to use for this. So let me actually, I'm going to cheat and go to another Kubernetes deployment I've done in the past and do kube control get on, get ingress, all namespaces. Get kube control, get ingress, all namespaces. Huh. Let's do kube control, get all namespaces. So we have, yeah, back to work. So we have these guys here. We have Kubernetes. That's the port there. 31065. 31065. 3211. So that's the port we might want to do. 53 UDP. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Let's try that. Up. Then Jamulus.yaml. Let's go to ingress. Ingress. Actually, it's. Where was the port we were doing? 3211. Let's do that one. Okay. Is already allocated. Let me actually take a look and see if kube control get all namespaces and see here 32113 32111. I think it doesn't matter which port I use. Let's do 32111. Okay, let's do apply. There we go. And let's see here. Control get on, and then namespace Jamulus. So we have it running right now. Jamulus logs, and then so it seems like we're not being served. So something is happening where we have the ingress basically running port 80 and 443. It's receiving, but I feel like it's not passing over to Nginx. It's actually configure Nginx ingress to web proxy K8s. Da, 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 da. So we have the ingress controller. Okay, let me go ahead and go back here. Okay, let's do that. Let's see here. Let's open it up, Jamulus. Okay, so we're receiving in port 22124. That's for the Jamulus service. Jamulus service location / yeah, that works. Engines. Okay. Container port. Jamulus service going to that port. We are receiving port 80. Node port 32111. So let's go back here. Get all namespaces. So for some reason, I always think of, when we're talking about redirecting and proxies and so forth, for some reason I always think of plumbing. Like one thing moving to another place and so forth. Cluster IP. So this is the cluster IP. 31056. And port 80 is going to that. So 31048, and then we have 80 to 32111. That shouldn't be a problem there. This is the cluster IP. That load balancer should be going in through there. Node port 80 to 3211. TCP. I mean, that looks good. It's very hard to actually see what is going on here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do the bin, and we're going to go into inside one of the Nginx pods to take a look at what's going on there. One of these guys. Yeah, so here, oh sorry, namespace Jamulus. Jamulus. Okay, we are here. Nginx OS. Okay, let's go back to, let's actually go to var log. So right now we're inside one of these logs, inside one of these containers, and we can do cat access log. Oh no, that's probably going to be a lot, huh? Or less plus f cat log for access log. Okay, they don't have, what about that? Nano access log. Or nano. Darn, we're gonna have to do cat access log. So it's gonna take a while, but let's take a look at, it could be that it is going correctly. What if I just directly hit this external IP? Let's give it a shot. Ooh, that works. Vim versus Nano. I love Vim. Sorry, I'm a Vim guy. I love the shortcuts. Actually, in fact, I'm using VS Code, of course, right now, but I'm using the Vim plugin. So, for example, notice how notice how I could do W command on the bottom here, in the very bottom. So even though I'm not using Vim, I use the Vim plugin for VS Code because I'm so used to Vim. And because very often I have to use Vim in client servers, I'm just so used to the Vim shortcuts and such. I love Vim. I'm guessing, Chocolate, you're more of a Nano guy? Actually, fun fact, before I moved to Mac, I was running Linux. I had a PC, so Windows machine, and a Linux machine running Ubuntu. And in my Ubuntu machine, I had Rat Poison, which Rat Poison is basically a window manager that you can do everything without the mouse. So I was using Rat Poison, and I was using Vim exclusively as my IDE. So, and then I moved to Mac, and then I started using VS Code, the whole 9 yards. You should ask Zossi. I think for like 3 months, maybe, Zossi, I read a book on mastering Vim. So I actually read an entire book on mastering Vim. After that book, then I was like super fast. But before that, I was there with you. Yeah, it's a really cool book. I don't remember the name of it. I got it on that Amazon Kindle thing, and I just read it on how to use Vim and stuff. Okay, so what this tells me, I think, is the fact that we routed it incorrectly. So I think I routed this incorrectly. So let me go ahead, go in here. Actually, let's go ahead and delete this, cancel. I'm deleting this, delete. Add a record, CNAME, gfplive.com, actually at, and then do the target. Simple mistake. There we go, and then save. Alrighty then. So now we should be returning this. .com. Advanced. Proceed to gfplive.com. Bad gateway. Okay, so that's interesting that we're getting a 502 bad gateway. Oh, the reason why is because we haven't done the let's exit from this Nginx thing. We haven't done the apply ls yet. Values are not allowed in this context. Darn! I did the same mistake that I did in over here. And what's the change here? I don't remember doing a change. It's actually, don't save. ls. Okay, so again, the same problem. Okay, so metadata, spacing, labels, app. Let me actually go back here and then vim ls.yaml. Okay, so namespace, namespace labels, app. There we go. That looks good. Spec should be aligned with metadata. Okay, template should have 2 spaces. Metadata should have 2 spaces after that. Name labels 2 spaces, and then app. There we go. Spec should be in line with metadata. Containers, like that. Image should be aligned with containers. Name should be, yep. Name should be aligned with image pool policy and ports. Yep, and then name, let's encrypt. Container port 80. There we go, with name. Dash name, let's encrypt container port 80. Environment, name value, name value, name value. Restart policy, never. So we don't want to be restarting. And never, restart policy should be aligned with what? Spec, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and push this. Fix spacing on let's encrypt.yaml. Let's go ahead and push this. Let's go ahead. I need to like move this stuff over here. Oh no, where did it move, chat? I gotta put you guys here. That's right. Not exactly light bedtime reading, but for GFP Solutions it is. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's just making, but your video looks frozen in my end. Looks okay here. Okay, then it's me. Thanks for letting me know. Oh, there were some really cool birds that just flew outside. That's really cool. Right through the window. That's really cool, actually. Okay, so I just pushed this. Did I push it up to the cloud? Probably. Pull. Okay, and let's go ahead and try. Let's apply. Unknown field restart policy. Okay, so restart policy might have to be. What is that? Shift G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 6 spaces. So there should be 6 spaces. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it wasn't aligned with spec. Darn. Okay. Fix. Spacing on restart policy. Let's go ahead and push. Let's go back here. We'll pull origin main. And let's go ahead and apply it. Keep control, get -n. Wait, what namespace was this? Jamulus, nice. Get pod -n Jamulus. Mistype here. No! We're gonna be keep control, delete, deployment. Let's encrypt job. Oh, delete job. Let's encrypt. There we go. Jamulus. Darn. Okay, so I'm not sure why. Let's do HTTP. Why are we getting a 502 back gateway from the Nginx? Doesn't make sense. At least we're being served Nginx, which is good. Not sure. 502 bad gateway Nginx. I forgot. Not resolved. Origin server down. Firewall blocks request. No worries, Aussie. Lurk away. Thanks for the lurk. Let me see here. Did I enable proxy? Hopefully not. No, it's DNS only. Thank you. Okay, so let's see here. Why is it? So it seems like it's still not going in. Wonder if we can do basic response with 200 information without serving a file. Return. Let me try this real quick. What if we go back to the server here, then Jamulus, and then let's go down to control up here, and let's go ahead and GFP Live, default server 80, C124. And let's go into okay, let's go ahead and do the following. Let's just give it a shot by doing well known. Oh, that's for Let's Encrypt. Let's do. Okay, I have an idea. What we're going to do is we're going to redirect 200. So basically, something like that. So that way we can do like that. Perfect. Gangnam style. Okay. And then keep control, delete, deployment, endings, -n Jamulus as a namespace, and then apply Jamulus.yaml. Okay. Keep control, get pod, Jamulus, running. Perfect. It seems like it's still running. Perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and now try going to gfplive.com. Okay, so it's passing through. It's passing through. So we are getting. So the ingress controller from the load balancer is actually passing through over to the inner web proxy, so the web proxy of the containers. But the problem is, actually, you know what's funny? We have not seen a single word of documentation on the server installation. Darn. So the following guide is to impure server on hardware without audio and assumes Ubuntu Debian, blah blah. With rocks 2. They did say something about. Let's see if they talk about create a start script. Okay, that's all running. Yeah, you have it running. Controlling recordings, viewing the logs. There's not much to it. It doesn't talk about, routing of ports per se. Okay, where is the Okay, let's take a look at the logs here again on this guy. Logs. Yeah, so it's running. It's running headless mode, internet jam session software. So let's take a look here. Okay, so it is. We've verified that this is coming in. So it is going into. Whoa. Good night, recorder guy. For sure. We're like so close to the finishing line, but there's some weird stuff going on. But thanks for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Have a good day. Have fun with Twitch Orchestra. I'll see you later. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's see. Proxy pass. So actually, this is interesting. We have upstream. Let's see here. So we have proxy pass upstream to 22124. What if I go 80? That might be interesting. Listen, 80. What if I do, I'm going to do 80 and see what happens. So straight to port 80 instead of this customized port. Actually, before I, 22124, and let's do port 80, see what happens. Okay. Control delete, -n, Jamulus, delete deployment engines, and then apply. Okay. Pod running. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what happens now. Okay. Interesting. It's passing to port 80. I wonder. It's like waiting now. So now, actually, let's do log. There we go. This is what we're going to do. And then here, we're going to do deployment Jamulus service. Oh, darn. Let's do that. Interesting. So we're getting, we're not getting a response. I wonder, how do I, okay, then, alright, so let's do, okay, and then let's go ahead and delete that and apply it again. Okay. And now we have a 502 bad gateway. Okay, so now what I want to do is actually go into one of these pods and see what's going on. Okay, and then essentially, let's go back to the server installation piece. It says something about logs here. Viewing the logs. Okay, since today. There's no logs? That's actually very interesting. Let's see here. What is it called? Which service? Sudo service Jamulus status. Interesting. Okay, so whoa, oh, I'm not there yet. Oh darn. Oh, I messed up. Bin. Okay, so I was thinking bin. Wait, so what does it say? Continue like starting continue process exec. Is that no such file directory unknown? Control get pod namespace Jamulus. It's actually interesting because I don't know if we should be specifying a separate port. Get all namespaces. So here, we have 80 Kubernetes 22124. Let's take a look at this guy here. Docker image. Okay, let's take a look a little bit more. Here's some examples to help you get started creating a container. Docker run. UDP. Oh, it's a UDP port. 2124. UDP routing on Nginx config. UDP forwarding. There we go. Let's actually do something first before we start diving in deep into this. Let's do Jamulus client, and essentially get started now. Install on Mac OS. Okay. And let's see what's going on here. Your download will start shortly. There we go. So, Jamulus. Okay, it's copying. Okay. Jamulus. Can be only because developer macOS cannot verify this app is free from malware. Chrome download the file. Oh no. Darn. I hate how this happens. How can I... Darn. I don't remember. Zossi, do you remember what they told us what to do when this happens? With Mac? I forgot what they told us. If your Mac is set to allow apps from the App Store and later notarized by Apple, you also get the warning. If you see this warning, it means that the app was not notarized and Apple could not scan the app for known malicious. You may want to look for an updated version of the app in the App Store. Hasn't been notarized or is running software that hasn't been signed and notarized may expose your computer, blah, blah, blah. If you're certain when the app fails to install because it hasn't been notarized, preference security, under the General tab, click Open Anyways to confirm the intent. Security. And then General, I think. Example app was blocked from use because it's not an identified open anyway. Open. There we go. Cool. Okay, so I have Jamulus now. Connect. Cool. Server address. Let's do gplive.com. Okay. Trying to connect. Okay. Settings. Chat. Test. It's looking kind of cool. Okay, so we might want to go back to UDP and see if we can fix it that way. Then endings. There we go. So this is TCP forward UDP. Cool. So maybe that. So so we have location. Let's say, for example, we have this, and here we have listen 53 UDP, but instead we do 22124. 22124. Okay. And then proxy pass DNS servers. UDP traffic will be forwarded to the DNS service upstream group. So we can do listen that proxy pass Jamulus service. Service, something like that. And then let's give that a shot. Let's try that again. Nginx didn't like that at all. Let's do Nginx. Invalid parameter UDP. Okay. Valid parameter UDP. Listen 53 UDP. Proxy pass Jamulus service. Huh. Stream. Okay, configure reverse proxy. First, you will need to reverse proxy prerequisites. Consummation group. So UDP forwarding with K8s Nginx ingress. Okay, the next example shows how to expose a service. Example, go running in a namespace default in the port 8080 using the port 9000. So config map, UDP load balancing. The next example shows how to expose a service kubedns running the namespace. I think this failed, right? Disconnect. UDP load down. The next example shows how to expose a service kubedns running in the namespace kube system in the port 53 using the port 53. Data. This is actually, I'm a little bit stumped here. Controller. Ingress does not support your UDP services for those reasons. This ingress window uses the flags to point to an existing config map where the key in the external port to use, number, or the name of the port. Okay. TCP services, use DP services. Cube DNS. And the service defined for the ingress. Okay, so how can I edit a kube control deployment? There you go. So essentially, it's just pretty straightforward. Control get deployment phase ingress. Okay. Kube control -n ingress nginx edit deployment then ingress nginx controller. Okay, so here we are. And then where's port 80? So we have container port, protocols. Okay, so essentially what we want to do is open up UDP. Right? That's pretty much what we want to do. TCP, TCP. All of this is TCP. Let's go ahead and do webhook after webhook. Container port. And then this is going to be the Jamulus container port, which if we go back here, where was it? Right here. Let's use 22124. 22124. Name. Jamulus. And then protocol. UDP. Okay. And let's do that. Edited. You control okay, so we have a UDP now coming in. And then essentially we should be able to do listen 22124 UDP. About UDP engines config. Okay. So server stream load balancing. So stream upstream name, backend server name, UDP proxy pass name backends. Let's see here. Do we have upstream? Let's go ahead and remove that. But essentially, this in all, it's like a stream. So let's see if we can. So we have server. Let's do stream. Let's see what happens. And then here we have upstream named backends. And backends. And then we have here, and then essentially we have Jamulus service and server 53 shown service. And then this is going to be 22124. This is going to be server. Like that. We can do one of these guys. I'm going to close that up. And then server. And then here we're going to add the listen. Listen 53 UDP or 221. Oh. 22124 UDP and listen to UDP proxy pass name backends proxy pass name backends. In backends and response 1, and error log. We don't need to add the error log for now. And then essentially that closes it out. delete deployment engines. Okay, and then apply. Keep control get pod. Control name Jamulus. Get pod. It's probably still having the same issues, right? Logs. Configuration. Stream directive is not allowed here. Configuration completely ready to start up. Yeah, so it's like, I feel like we can't right now. We're having issues with okay, so what if I just do this? Let's go ahead and apply. Logs. Val parameter UDP. Val parameter UDP Y. Can't it be because you're not using the default port for UDP? What is the default port for UDP? There were a few things wrong with my config. I'm just going to point them out. My engine segment has the following blocks. The stream configuration itself had some issues and has to look like this. Seems weird. One to four. Why is it not letting me? Let's try something out. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete all of this. And just gonna paste this like that. Oh. Let's do 22124. Okay. Keeps on saying invalid parameter. I wonder why. Let me see what I've changed here. That's all I've changed. Okay. So cube control git reset hard head. Okay, then Jamulus. Okay, so this is weird. About 22124. UDP. And let's go ahead and delete. Delete this. And let's go ahead and apply. Launching configuration complete, ready to start. Okay. So now trying to connect. We're gonna get a bad gateway here, or advanced. Yeah, that's fine. Trying to connect still. I feel like something is wrong here. While connecting to upstream client, server GFE request get upstream Chrome. Connection refused. Apple WebKit. What about this though? Is it getting connect? We're not receiving an attempt to connect from here. It could be because this is trying to go through UDP and this is trying to go through the other. So if we were to do this all contains true for deployment, ingress Nginx controller, keep control get deployment all namespaces. That's what we're talking about here. Ingress Nginx controller. Wait, what? Oh, it's because it's in the Ingress Nginx namespace, that's why. Okay, so here we got this one, 502. It's a gfplive.com one. So for example, if we were to trying to load again, we're gonna get another one, like so. But why are we not receiving a request from here? So it seems like it's just not getting anything. And let me see here. It could be cube control delete deployment, cube control ingress Nginx get deployment. Cube control dash N. And you can tell I'm starting to get a little bit tired. Okay, so we have the Nginx controller here. And let's do control delete pod. Okay. And hopefully this gets it going. Okay, well this is setting up. Actually, let's try. Let's take a look now. It's running. Okay. Let's go to logs. Okay. Now let's give it a shot. Okay, it's thinking. All right. Using default certificates. Oh, okay, let's try it again. doesn't seem like we're getting anything, so let's just leave this here for a sec, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, so let's try something. Let's try the edit again. Hopefully, yeah, Jamulus UDP. Let's do cube control, get all, namespaces. So we have 442, 124, 53, 53. Maybe just listen 53? Is that what we should try to do? Let's give it a shot. P 53, right? And then essentially, you got pod. Oh, both of them are running. Oh, it applied already. That's cool. So then, let's take a look at, let's see, Vim Jamulus. It's alive. Yeah, Chuckly. It's running, but now we're having a problem of forwarding, or connecting to it right now. So we're in that right now, unfortunately. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do before that? So let's do edit deployment again, and let's go to UDP, and let's do 3 yank paste, and then here 22124 22124 Jamulus, and let's do Jamulus 2 or something like that. Okay, edited, get pod for ingress. It's gonna go ahead and It's actually very weird how it's still... Oh, terminating. There we go. Finally. Okay. So we have two UDP ports open on the load balancer, and let's see if we, for example... Namespace. Ah ha ha ha. Here we go. UDP. Node port. So this is port 22124. This is 22124. Yeah. Cube control -n. Jamulus get all. And I want to delete the service engines for now. Cube control the -n, delete service engines. Apply. Is not in the valid range. Okay, so we can do node port 3111. Okay, and then let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Okay, let's give that a shot. Of course, this should give us a 502 or a 503. Perfect. And then if we go here, we can connect. Okay. It's funny that I'm not getting anything from the client. I'm like not getting anything. What if I try? Namespaces. Okay, so we have cluster IP. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Port. What if I do 53 here? Listen to... $53. And then change this to 53. And then Jamulus service port 53 target port. UDP port 53. All right. Delete Jamulus. It's deleting all of them, and let's restart and see if that works. Okay. Okay, so now that's there. So, unfortunately, so for Linux users, the only problem is they don't talk about routing. Two two one two four 22124. So let's go back to edit. UDP 22124, right? 22124. Yeah, it's listening to container port UDP. Okay. Then to Jamulus. Okay, let's go. Okay, so what did I change here? Node port. Okay, so maybe listen. Actually, let me go ahead and do this one of these guys. And bring that guy over there. Okay. Let's do a git reset hard head, like so, and then vim. And let's go to, okay, TCP, right? Nginx service here. Let's do UDP. Let's leave the node port as such. Let's do this to 22124 because that's the default, correct? 22124. So we're listening on 22124. Let's go down. TCP, that's fine. Jamulus server service port 22124, target port 22124. That's fine. Jamulus service for now. Let's do one replica for now. Let's not make the server complex. Valley 4432 container port 22124. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay. Oh, container port UDP maybe. Container port UDP. K8s container port UDP config. Yep, protocol UDP. That might be what's causing the issue actually. Protocol UDP. Container port is 80. So this is for Nginx. 22.124 protocol UDP. Next. Okay, let's go back here to 2124. We're listening to 22.124 default server UDP port 3211. We can leave that. Port protocol UDP. Target port. Next. Calls. Okay, let's try that. Delete namespace Jamulus. Oh, hey, what's up, String Player Gamer? How you doing? We're deploying Jamulus right now. So Jamulus is a here's the we're deploying Jamulus in the cloud with Kubernetes as the deployment, and Kubernetes and Docker. So the Jamulus software enables musicians to perform real-time jam sessions over the internet. There is one server running the Jamulus server software, which collects the audio data from the Jamulus clients, mixes the audio data, and sends the mix back to each client. So, yeah, not doing Breath of the Wild. This is just a fun project. So, you know, being able to have multiple people. No, this is not Tiny Solutions. This is just a fun project. So, just hopefully helping out some singers in the vicinity, you know, in California, to be able to sing as a choir together and stuff. But a fun project, that is. Okay, so there we go. Got all namespace Jamulus. Okay, so it looks like everything's running. Perfect. SPG. Okay, so now let's give it a shot. We're probably going to get a 503, which is fine because we're not talking about TCP. Let's give this another shot. Nerds. Trying to connect, darn. Connect. Okay, so that very quickly connected, so connect. Disconnect. Okay. Huh. For some reason, and the problem is it's hard to troubleshoot because I can't look at the client logs. It'd be awesome if I could look at the client logs, but I can't. Error. GFPlive.com. Keep on getting that. For some reason it's not. we're not able to why is it not connecting? How can I see the logs? So this is deployment. Let's do Nginx. And let's do Jamulus. Conversion complete, ready for startup. And if I do anything here, it doesn't show up here. How to test UDP? Test UDP port. Let's see. To check UDP port, we'll talk about user blah blah. To check UDP connection between two systems, Bluetooth are used as follows. Sorry to check UDP and Nmap. Port scan. To scan the UDP port, ports to be scanned need to be specified where SU activates. So let's do okay, so that looks good. Let's actually go ping from here. So let's do port 53 and let's do gfplive.com. Failed to resolve -su RDNS records. NP scan report for GFP Live. Host is up. RDNS not shown. 998 filtered ports. Map done. Nmap scan UDP. Nmap scan UDP port. Okay. Let's try that. You request a scan tab which requires root privilege. Okay. All are open filtered. So I think that's the issue. We just don't have the UDP port open, it seems. Oh no! The security group has only those ports open. Oh no. Dumb mistake. You gotta be kidding me. Oh no. 443 source security group. Damn. Oh no. Inbound rules. Oh no. I had it like I had the UDP, so we had it in the ingress controller open, but the AWS firewall has it closed. Oh wow, I can't show this part again, so save rules. Okay, now let's try. Yeah, it's the most annoying thing ever. Post up. So right now I did all UDP just to test, which is not good, but let's go ahead and try this. Okay, but let's take a look. Are we seeing anything in logs? No. It's again Apple WebKit, which is not. So once I set the project running at home, I could even fix at work. Oh no, that's awful. That's never fun. Okay, so I've allowed all UDP, but let's take a look at the instances, and let's take a look at the Jamulus instances. Security. And here, edit inbound rules. So everything is TCP. All UDP. And let's go back to 0 here, add rule. Okay, and then that's it. So now, edit inbound rules. Oh, it didn't save. To that and to 0, 0. Okay. All. All right. This is a cost traffic that depends on that rule to be dropped for a brief time. It's not taking for some reason. No, it's Jamulus. Let's go to security groups. Let's do sort by name. Okay, so this one, all UDP. Let's go back to their security groups. Edit inbound rules. Add rule. And 0. I don't see the save. Okay, let's do this. And let me move this. I don't see the save button. Save rule. Ah, that's where it's at. Okay. And then let's go to nodes. Edit inbound rules. And 0. There we go. Click on save rules. Okay. And then let's go to instances. And then we should get the node west, security. Yeah, here. And we have all these inbound rules. Okay. Now, technically, okay, so it's still not working, but let's try here. Okay, so it's not really one host of scanned. I think I need to. Here's from target. Let's see here. Proving scans EDP scanner with version detection. See all UDP and TCP open in server CLI. Wait, hold on. Type the following NetStat command. Oh no, but that's inside the thing. But that's within the actual machine. See UDP ports open in remote server. Da, 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 da. Okay. That's what it comes up with. Okay, so let's see, nmap. Ports. gfplive.com. All are open. Let's see here. P53. Okay, so now it's open. What about 22124? Open. Okay, so now they're open. Hail Mary here? Didn't work. I'm wondering why it's still not logging the attempt. We should be getting like an attempt here. Quitting? Oh man. Not sure what is going on here. Trying to figure out. It said quitting in all caps. Oh! Quitting! You're not root. You're not allowed. You shall not pass. Unfortunately, we're down to darn UDP routing issues, which is so unfortunate. We've had Jamulus running since the beginning, but we're having issues routing the traffic. So we have the UDP port open. How can I do Python UDP posts? Port socket, UDP IP, UDP port, hello world, message. See UDP messages in Python 3. Okay, let's give this a shot. So let's actually try that. Let's go ahead here and let's do vim test udp.py and import socket, and then UDP IP, UDP IP is equal to gfp live.com, even though it's not IP, but there should be resolution. UDP port, UDP ports, port should equal to 1124. 21124, I think. Let's go back to 22124. 22124. Where was I here? Still want to a message. Message is equal to. Oh, they want to send binary, huh? Hello world, or bytes. I mean. Let's just go ahead and copy the rest. We're gonna have to delete the numbers, but whatever. Delete that. There we go. Okay, and then Sock. Okay, and then let's Python 3 it. Test. Why did I put an O? That's weird. Oh. Message. There we go. Okay, did we receive anything here? Logs? I mean, we received something. That's good. Okay, that's good. And okay, let's see if we received it in the other one. This guy? Doesn't seem like we received it here, though. I don't know if we received it here. Okay, so we did receive it. So for example, if we go back here and we do boom, 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 boom. Okay, so if we go to the ingress, it will show up here. Actually, once though. Why only once? What if I do number 2? Okay. Still only saying once. That's weird. It's very odd that's happening. Ingress. It's confusing because it's it received that message, but it's not receiving any more. I'm really wondering what's going on. Patrons giving 9 UDPs not relevant to with. Interesting that we're not receiving more. Testing again. It's taking its time there. We thought we received the message, and now we're not receiving the message. It's kind of hard because we're not getting any logs at all. So it's like hard to troubleshoot. And the problem too is since UDP doesn't require a handshake, we can't tell if we were successful sending the message or not. Doo-doo-doo. Interesting. So that's going to throw another error. See, this TCP is reliable, which is great. What happens? Nothing. So 53. Let's try 53. Jamulus and Jinx 80. It's not posting. Send UDP post Python. You convert your string to raw bytes. UTF-8. Let's give this a shot. Okay. And then UDIP. World times 2. And then this is 22124. And this is GFP live. You know what I could be doing completely wrong? Name resolution. Like maybe with UDPs, I need the actual IP. Okay, let's do. Yeah, I need to import socket, sorry. And let's see here. We're not receiving anything. What happens if I go to instances? Oh no, getting spammed with big follower stuff. What if I go to the instance and hit one of the instances manually? What would happen then? And then let's go in, and then okay, logs. Log, let's do Jamulus maybe? Now it's having an issue with retrieving logs. Oh, maybe because, there we go, okay. Darn. 2124. Seems like it's not even retrieving this piece. Um, hmm. Trying to connect. Interesting. Maybe I over-engineered this because Kubernetes, I mean, we don't necessarily need to deploy this with Kubernetes. Maybe I should have just done a standalone AWS server, to be honest. Maybe it's overkill. Okay, so just to do a double check, I'm going to keep the Kubernetes deployment going, but I'm going to do a quick rapid deploy. Let's see, instances. Yeah, right. It's over-engineered. I mean, Kubernetes, who needs Kubernetes for this? I was just overly ambitious, but I kind of forgot that UDP is kind of like, yeah, it's a big deal. Okay, so let's see here. So this is the only one I don't have. Okay, so this one, let's go to this instance here, and let's set up the, if it's worth engineering, it's worth over-engineering. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick deploy and see if this works. So, instances. We're gonna go into security here. We're gonna go ahead and do inbound rules. Security, security group. Edit inbound rules. Add a rule. All UDP. And okay, there we go. Actually, yeah, anywhere. Yeah, perfect. Save rule. Okay, so now let's go into here. Okay, so no over engineering now. Let's clear this and let's go ahead and sudo apt-get install docker. Okay, this is gonna be Oh no, Chocolate, this is gonna be awful. If I could deploy this in 3 seconds without the whole Kubernetes thing, that's gonna be a major facepalm. Oh man. Hopefully not. I mean, hopefully, well, it's funny, I'm like betting against myself right now. Um, okay, so let's go to this guy again. This guy, okay, so Docker run, Grandic Jamulus, okay, cool, something like this. And then we're going to do this. Docker command not found. Docker. I thought I did snap info sudo Docker. I thought we had Docker going. Docker sudo. Not sure if you should wish your success or not. Yeah, I know. Docker.io. It's actually very interesting. Why is it that big of a deal? No, it should be standard package. Why are people adding libraries? It should be part of standard Odoo. I mean, standard Ubuntu. Wow, I thought Docker was part of standard. Docker? Okay, Docker.io is. Okay. Docker get pod. Docker, it's different than this. Docker, what is it? Docker, not sure how that works. Docker compose, parameters, run. Okay. You can monitor output by going into this. Docker cheat sheet. List of networks, Docker container, lines of Docker container. Docker image ls. Docker container ls. UDP. Okay. So now, let's go back to the EC2. And we have no name here with the public IP of this. Oh no, what happened? Okay. Connect. Doo 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 doo. Still not connecting, okay. To logs. Fetch the logs of a container. Keep control. Logs. Pods. Oh, sorry. Docker logs. No GUI mode chosen, server mode chosen, select port 22124, logging file name, recording state not initialized, released under that. Config. Okay, so okay. Using Docker's real-time scheduler, Docker run, it's running in the background. So running server with GUI. I think I had the server. The following guide is for running as a pure server on hardware without audio. So do we have UDP open? Yep. And actually, let me exit. Oh, weird. Yeah, so that's the container. Okay. I wish there was logs. This is pretty bad. It's like no logs. Not really sure why this is not working. So we have do we have to specify the port? 2124. Hmm. Okay, SSH into a container. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, this is standalone, and I'm running Docker. To get access and run commands in that Docker container at a time. Engines test. Container ID. Yeah, it's not, no such container ID. Yeah, and the worst part too is like the Docker doesn't have the ability to be within that environment. I'm a little bit confused. That should time out. Now let's see here. Okay, let's do, let's go here. 22124. Right, because we're in 22124. Yeah, local. Okay, and then essentially, UDP. Okay, that was our message. And then let's go to less plus F jam. And then let's do jam jamulus.log. Very interesting. I'm a little perplexed why it's not working. Why is it not working? Let's go ahead and open it a little bit more. Boo-doo-doo-doo. It's interesting that it's not. Connect. Hmm. Oh boy. It's kind of weird because it could have also not been log. Two one two four. So we have a machine, we have the IP, we have the ports open. See UDP logs, UDP access logs. Ubuntu. Actually, we should see control plus F. I mean, less plus F var log syslog. So technically speaking, if I send something, this should get received. But it's not doing it. I feel like I'm missing something fundamental here. See incoming UDP requests Ubuntu. Service UDP caption example usage. If you have a communicated with low interface, you must specify interfaces like this. Uh, 22124. You don't have any permissions to sudo. Wait, hold on. We're in the wrong place. Two, 1, 2, 4. Okay. And we're getting nothing. We're getting absolutely no Reads headers only. If you want to print data of packets and hex and ASI, use this. Let's do this. Let's simplify things a little bit. Port 53. And let's go over here. Port 53. And hopefully this is the same server that we're talking about. Dun, 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 dun. Whoa, I've been referencing the wrong server. Don't tell me that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're still not getting anything though. That's weird. All UDP, yeah. Okay. Disconnect. Okay. 53. Port 53, yeah. We're getting nothing. Any UDP requests? Not delivered. Open and listen a port in Ubuntu. UDP port. Let's go here, UDP, and let's do 53. And then, let's go over here. We're still not getting anything. And then what's the 21124? 2124. Nope. Let's go back. Okay, let's see here. Enable. Okay. Three. Still nothing. It's really weird. Huh. That's interesting. We're getting no traffic being passed at all. Very, very odd. Let's do. Very useful for this. Let's set that A. So 2124. There we go. Okay. Why UDP 6? Let me. States. Running server with GUI, running headless. I might have to do like a source install and not use the image. common thing here is I've been using the Docker image, so I'm relying on the Docker image for everything to work, but that might be the wrong thing. I might want to create my own image or something like that. A server via UDP port. So it's TCP client. With Netcat, your PC can be converted into a server. You can want to begin as a server as listens port. Netcat, hello server. With the connection established, you're now able to write to the server from the client. So with Netcat, your PC can be converted into a server. You want to begin as a server that listens at port 2399. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that. So here, let's go ahead and do this. What was it again? 22124. 22124. Okay. And then here we can go here. And then this is going to be this IP address. Doesn't do anything. Client. Okay. Let's try one thing. -U -L. That's 253. Okay, and now let's try here. I'm getting no connectivity at all. So that's that grep. And then let's go ahead and try this. It's not gonna let me probably. Yep. Okay. That's that. That's that grep. Grep 53. Oh. So. Command establishes the U again, it just requires the -U. (2399) bin And this is going to be okay, let's try that. Hello, server. Two two 124. Let's do UFW 22399. Okay. And let's see here. Okay, so let's do that. Why is it not working? Okay, let's do something else and try this out. 2399. Okay, it's not working. Doesn't seem to work. Okay, so it might not work in Mac. That's the problem. I might have to get a break on this one. I didn't think the UDP port issue would be that big of a deal. Man, I thought if this would have been TCP, it's a whole different story. That would have been easy peasy. But it wasn't, of course. Yeah, I think I might have to continue this at a later point in time. Docker container ls. Still working. Nothing. Okay, so it's kind of weird how might have to try it without the Docker image. I think the Docker image is just causing issues. Anyways, I'm going to give this Stream arrest. I'm gonna try it later sometime. This UDP kind of scenario was a little bit fuzzy. I think it would be, honestly, if TCP ports and if we were just using a regular web proxy or something like that, that would be easy. But for some reason, it's not using that. So, anyways, if you're hanging out, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciated it. Yeah, I'll be trying this later. So, thanks all. Have a good night. And yeah, thanks, Chocolate. See you later. The duck says goodbye. Yeah, I'm gonna try to figure this out. This is kind of annoying. I honestly thought this was gonna be a 1 hour thing. But this whole UDP issue I just ran into a lot of issues. So, but anyways, thanks. See you later. Peace out. I'm gonna end the stream and let me bring up Streamlabs.